Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rod Laver Arena. Sit back and relax and enjoy the 2023 and Sarah Show. When Stefanos Tsitsipas and Jannik make their way on the court, we are very, very excited. It is going to be an absolute ripper of a match. A rematch from the quarterfinal of the Australian Open 2022. Before we get to that, just a couple of quick housekeeping notes that we need to share with you. Number one, this is the time to be turning your phones to silent, please. We've had a 100% track record so far. Nobody's phone ringing during play, so that is brilliant. Let's keep that up. And the second one is to turn your flash off. I understand a few people were videoing the Sounds of Light show, and you know your lights on. Please make sure that your flashes are off. Take as many photos and videos as you like. By all means, just make sure the flash is off so that you don't disturb the players. And then
Very warm welcome back to the Rod Laver Arena. It hasn't been long, has it, as well, since that epic match with Seb Korda and Hubie Hurkacz, with the Americans desperate to try and make this the US Open on the men's side at the moment, with the amount of American men that are making it some deep runs here. And it's been wonderful to see as well, as Jannik Sinner's corner gets into place, present and ready. Darren Cahill there. And Melbourne has come alive in the last week here for the Australian Open as well. Bigger and better than it's ever been before. Almost 100,000 people came through the doors yesterday, and it was a sight to behold, and it was a huge vibe. I wouldn't be surprised if the energy and numbers are exactly the same. Somebody that will know whether that was true or not today is my man Fitzy. How are you?
Good to see you, Pitch. And yeah, biggest crowd I've ever seen. I wondered if it would have got to 100, but I'm hearing rumours of around 95. But does it really matter?
Yeah, it was 95 yesterday.
Yeah.
100 sounds better though, right?
Staggering. Yeah. If you've got a little hyperbole about you, yes. I'm looking forward to this.
And they are too.
Yeah. Two great guys to watch, and look, they're different styles. There's a bit more flair, isn't there, on the Greek side of the court? But gee, there's some serious game on the Italians.
They're the two players. There's a man in the front of your picture there that you can tell from behind. He's one of the most famous coaches out there on the tour. David Witt, of course. WTA Coach of the Year with Jess Pegula, as the two players get themselves ready to rumble. And what a match, what a night this is for them as well. This is fast becoming the major that is the Australian Opportunity, not the Australian Open. And it is a sixth meeting between these two. Sinner just 21 years old. It's hard to imagine, isn't it, how well he has done already in such a young and short time.
He's coached by one of my best mates, although Darren Cahill probably denies that in public. But but I have a soft spot for Sinner for a number of reasons, and that's one of them. Darren's been brought on board in recent times, but Tsitsipas has been magnificent this summer so far, and an old mate of ours, Mark Philippoussis, is involved in his corner, so a lot of familiarity to us from these two.
And he's made this walk at some of the biggest courts around the world. Has Jannik Sinner already made fourth rounds at majors. He is becoming accustomed to the big stage. And he is a big hitter of a tennis ball, and he's going to need all of that power if he is going to navigate his way past Tsitsipas out here. Their time is now.
This is the men's singles fourth round on Rod Laver Arena. Please welcome 15th seed Jannik Sinner. And their opponent, the number 3 seed, Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Well, the experience is on this man's side tonight, as is the head-to-head record, but we know just how dangerous Jannik Sinner can be on his day. And as I say, this is becoming the Australian Opportunity, not the Australian Open, for so many players. Hashing off with a incredible performance again. We were doing that match, the previous match, out against Francis Tiafoe, who should have taken that to a 5th set, and me and Fitzy were super impressed with how Hashinoff was hitting the ball, but that was even better today. And then, of course, Sebi Korda getting through in the deciding set tiebreaker against Hubie Hurkacz. Lehechka just getting past Felix Auger-Aliassime. The big men are falling.
I just did that match with Lehechka. He's impressive. He's young. He's got a high ceiling, I think, Mark. He's just learning his game. He's broken through here, and he was too good for Aliassime, who I thought was just a little bit too one-dimensional.
Hello. Okay. electronic line callings. For the call are made by the system. For the clock you have in the four corner and also on the big screen. Time start after announce the score. For the towels you have the boxes. Stefanos, you is the one with the red sticker. And for you, Jannik, the blue sticker, okay? After the tooth, we do a picture with him on that side, please, okay? Do you want AO or Cain Roswell? AO. AO is called. New technique. AO. Serve. Go type? Okay, good match. You go here for the picture? Thank you.
Steph looking to reach the quarterfinals here for the 4th time. Sinner bidding to become the first Italian man in history to reach the quarters of the Australian Open on multiple occasions. And it is a very good time for Italian male players at the moment as well. Strength in depth, just as we're seeing from the Americans as well. And Sinner along with Berrettini leading the charge at the moment. Of course, this was really an inflection point for Jannik last year, his loss to Tsitsipas. Such was the ease of the Greeks' win against him at this particular stage last year that he ended up firing pretty much his entire team. Riccardo Piatti left the team. He's one of the most established and well-respected coaches. He felt as though he was a little lost out there on the court when he played Tsitsipas last time. So this is going to be a nice counterpoint for all of us to understand the improvements that he felt that he needed to seek to be able to be more competitive with Tsitsipas out here. He has changed his service motion. We know that. He's gone to a much longer swing. Is that going to bring him a significant number of points? But of course, last year here, one of the biggest problems that he has was that he just couldn't create any breakpoint opportunities, and Steph was absolutely perfect in that department. So it's not just about the serve, it's also about trying to figure out a way for Sinner to get competitive and find the backhand a little bit more of this man. There's going to be some nuance, but there is going to be some absolutely huge hitting between these two. Steph's forehand is as big as Sinner's, and for most of us, we kind of look at Jannik as one of the biggest out there on the tour.
I'm not sure whose forehand I would swap for Stefanos right now.
Yep.
I mean, you know, at their peak, you'd probably take you'd take Federer, you'd take Nadal. But now, I'm not sure if there's anyone that you'd swap his forehand for. It's a huge shot, and he bases his game around it. Of course, the first serve as well. It's a 4-1 lead to Tsitsipas. That's significant when you come into a battle like this. But the young Italian is growing, he's learning, he's here to stay.
And he is somebody that's going to be willing to come into the net and play net points as well. Of course, he had to dig himself out in the previous round against Fucsovics, and mid-match managed to find some strategy that worked, went to Martin's backhand and managed to actually ease his way through that particular encounter in the end. It won't have taken an awful lot out of him.
I was worried for Sinner in Adelaide. He had a question mark over his fitness there. He tweaked his leg in one of the tournaments there in Adelaide and left for Melbourne early, but they've got on top of that. Obviously, he's in the 4th round already, and that's a relief for all of us.
And how do you feel, Fitzy? You've been in the locker room in some big occasions here. How do you feel the locker room's going to be at the moment with all the kind of shocks, the drama, the opportunities, the names that are going to be great, but seemingly becoming great faster than we expected them to?
It's the opportunity word for me. What an opportunity for all of these players. Someone, if Novak doesn't win, someone new is going to, and at the very least, there's going to be someone new, you'd think, in the final. I love this because some people dwell more on the great champions of the past who they want to continue forever, and I love that part of it too, but I'm one of the ones that leans a little bit forward towards the next generation, wants the new names to come through, the fresh faces, the new experience of seeing someone like Tsitsipas or Sinner break through and win a major, and how that affects them.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and they'll take the game into the next generation.
Jannik Sinner won a toss and elected to serve.
Well, there's good news all around for everybody at the moment as well. I know that the summer hasn't been the best maybe in Melbourne, but I tell you what, it's turned the corner here for the Australian Open, and we have had absolutely ideal conditions. And as you can see, just 21 degrees and no real wind around as well today. It's been absolutely ideal from a playing point of view and from a spectator point of view, and that is why you see that glorious scene once again. Pretty much a full house in here, full around the grounds.
It will be in 5 minutes anyway. Some patrons come in from, well, after the third game, unfortunately. I know that's a sticking point with you and me too, by the way, Mark. It takes 3 games if they miss the opening bell. But this stadium will be full. There's the great man, Mark Philippoussis, still as handsome as ever. Made the final of Wimbledon in 2003. Was Roger Federer's first scalp in a final at Wimbledon, and before he went on that tear. And of course, he lost in 1998 to Pat Rafter, his fellow Australian, at the US Open final. In Tsitsipas's corner.
One of those matches that is going to catch everyone's eye as well here. Whoever gets through
Jannik
has a genuine shot of winning the Australian Open this year.
Ready? Play. Love 15. Love 15.
There's the power on the forehand side, and there's the little nuance already in the opening game with the big kicker from Sinner into the backhand side up high to Tsitsipas. Good strategic option early on. He's not going to get hurt by Tsitsipas from up there.
You find that telling, do you?
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it? From the get-go. Well, that's the shot Sinner has to keep the ball away from if he can. The Tsitsipas forehand, it can dominate opponents. And he is very quick for a big athlete to get back to his left there and take it on the forehand wing. Good feel on the third point. Hasn't taken him any time at all to make that ball feel good on his strings.
And there he goes with the big serve, just trying to keep, obviously, Tsitsipas honest on that backhand side.
15-14.
Apostolos is the dad. Of course, he was out there watching his 2 sons play against Kulov and Skupski yesterday. That was a tight affair. Top seeds getting through 10-7 in a deciding set tiebreaker. A lot of tennis for Steph to come into this match with.
You find that a strange decision? He was playing doubles these modern days.
And Actually, not for
Cain,
him.
Tsitsipas.
He just loves playing tennis all day long. I remember one time he played in
First
Marseille
game.
with his brother and was playing singles there, lost the doubles, went out for another 2.5 hours practice afterwards. So no, in many ways that's what he loves doing, and obviously wasn't planning to go that deep playing with his brother, but it was a terrific performance and it's a terrific start here, and Sinner just slightly overplaying. And I wonder whether the win predictor has had an opportunity to plug that particular break of serve into its algorithm.
So yeah, so that says pre-match, doesn't it? So it'll be a fraction more than that, you'd think now. Big breakthrough in the early game. You never want that to happen if you serve first.
And when he does get the early break, even against a quality opponent like Jannik Sinner, he goes on to take that
Stefanos
set
Tsitsipas to
almost
serve.
90% of the time. That early break has to come in the first 4 games of the set. Advantage, Tsitsipas.
Well, that's the ball that Sinner, we know he hits it well, and tonight it will be invaluable.
Love the team.
There's Darren Cahill on the right. My old Davis Cup partner. He's becoming is it fair to say, a bit of a legend on the coaching tour, I think, Petch. He's been with so many players, 3 number 1s in fact. Leighton Hewitt, Andre Agassi. And of course Simona Halep on the women's side. So Darren is a good man for Jannik Sinner to have in his corner. And I bet they've talked about that backhand down the line we saw on the first point a lot before the start of this match, because Tsitsipas backs away looking for his forehand and can get caught if you're good enough to make the two-hander down the line.
Vote.
Boomerang break.
Certainly feels like it right now, doesn't it? This has been a very untidy game from Tsitsipas. I have to say that coming in there was very little wind, but I'm looking at the guy's shirts here and it actually does look a little breezy down there on the court. And a man that perhaps can fill us in on the conditions has made his way to the side of the court. Roger Ashleigh, welcome.
15-14.
Thanks for coming along.
Welcome, guys. Welcome to you guys for bringing me along.
Is it windy down there, Rog?
It is windy down there. It's coming. Tsitsipas is going with the wind. It's quite strong actually. So that was a really important first break, I thought. But they're both players just adjusting.
He's so confident, isn't he, on the forehand at the moment.
30-14.
That return wasn't out of the middle of the racket, I don't think, from Sinner there, but it didn't drop too short. Not a lot of pace on it, but it was reasonably deep, and he just knocks it off.
Taking a leaf out of Sinner's book there, throwing in the 3/4 kicker up high to the backhand. Just looking at some of the numbers from last year, I mean, talk about trying to keep his forehand quiet. Behind his first serve last year in their meeting, he hit his forehand 94% of the time.
Advantage, Tsitsipas.
So it's a big target for Jannik to try and keep that forehand quiet, because obviously from that shot 3, shot 5 for Steph is also probably going to be a forehand. It gets tougher to find it.
Out.
Deuce. Advantage, Sinner.
Bit of sizzle from Sinner on the return. Look at that. Fourth chance to get back on serve.
He's a master, isn't he, at getting a forehand on his first ground stroke after the serve.
It's tough because early on you've almost got to take that backhand down the line, and it's a very tough shot. You've got very little ground in which to hit it into, and you've got to land it perfectly. But Steph just hits that serve and backs into the backhand corner.
Out.
Advantage, Tsitsipas.
It's an interesting start strategically for Sinner. I said last year he didn't create a break point. He has, of course, created 4 already in Tsitsipas's opening service game, but there is an argument to say that that was because Tsitsipas was a little untidy rather than there was anything that Sinner did apart from the beautiful backhand down the line. And you can see the problem for him. I mean, that's just 144 Ks. I kind of feel that he should be up on the baseline at the start of this match off the first serve so he can try and coax the ball cross court and not give Steph so much time to be in that backhand corner and try and cut that angle off.
Love 15.
It was a much more abbreviated service motion Sinner had when he first came onto tour, and as time has gone by, and as I say, last year he's kind of lengthened that swing to try and get better accuracy on his serve. It has worked, there's no question about it. It's a much more fluid motion. Didn't have a great slider out wide on the juice. I don't think it's still as good as perhaps it needs to be, but it's definitely better.
Fold. Out.
Third 15.
Simone Vagnozzi, who's next to Darren Cahill, been looking after Jannik as well when Darren isn't around.
40-15.
That's a good return from Tsitsipas. Does a pretty good job on his forehand as well. You'll often see more returns missed on the forehand side. Actually, I know it sounds a little counterintuitive, but most players try and take a bigger swing and they actually end up missing more. But he's pretty even, as you can see there, but makes much more on the backhand side. It'll be interesting to see where Sinner continues to serve on the second serve tonight. There's less threat on the backhand side, but there perhaps is a few more points to be had.
Game, Sinner.
There's that accuracy that's improved on serve. It wasn't good enough in the opening game for Sinner, but it is in his second service game. 2-1, Tsitsipas. Well, there's quite a lot to chew on in the opening 3 games there.
Interesting. Yep.
And so much of it, of course, when we try and look at everything, is always comes down to execution. Again, I know we've been sort of knocking on the door quite often with this one early on, but it is the key to Steph's success. And if you look at people like Djokovic, they're going to find his backhand more often than other players are capable of doing. And part of that is obviously a skill level where Novak returns from. But obviously, from a rally point of view, if Steph can hit almost 80% of forehands, whether he wins or not is another matter, but it's on his terms.
Well, what you don't want to do is hit a defensive return to the forehand of Tsitsipas, because then you won't win too many points. If you can be aggressive on it, if you get a piece of it, it's okay. And maybe by standing in, Mark might be the go. Worth a chance there.
Sinner, who began 2018 unranked, broke into the world's top 100 in 2019, ended 2020 as the #1 teenager in the world, and capped 2021 as the youngest player in the year-end top 10, age 20, since Del Potro, who was the same age in 2008. He has been an exceptional talent. He's taken the elevator right up into the elite echelons of the game.
Behind the players, any seats for now? Thank you.
But has won just one of his 16 previous matches against top 5 players at tour level, so has just been lacking that final piece of the puzzle in recent times.
Love.
That's some really good defense by Tsitsipas.
30 love.
Fair to say that he hasn't always had the best block return on the backhand side for a one-hander, or the best slice, but pulled out the scalpel for that one there.
Fault.
There's some heat on his forehand too, though, isn't there?
30-15.
So I guess part of the defensive mindset against the Tsitsipas forehand is to do it yourself. Hurt him yourself. Let him know that if he varies too close to that wing, that you've got a weapon there too.
C15.
Out.
Game.
It's been a good start, hasn't it, by the Greek?
Tsitsipas leads 3-1.
Yeah, and for all the great tennis that we know Jannik can play, I suppose, Fitzy, the big question mark is what can Darren bring in terms of flexibility and variety if that rhythm that he's giving to his opponents is actually a nice rhythm that somebody like Tsitsipas is capable of dealing with?
Yeah, well, I guess there's a number of ways you can sort of adapt. I mean, one of them is to stand up closer, like you've suggested, not just on the return, but try to take your body up to the baseline area, or give and take a metre of it, and hit the ball back a little earlier. But the back end down the line for me from Sinner is important. If he gets in some rallies, he needs to be able to use that shot.
Out.
15 love.
Because by using that shot, you can throw that forehand mentality of Tsitsipas off a little bit. He's always going to have his body weight leaning to his left in the rally, looking for the forehand.
Out.
30 love.
It's already made the last 8, Sinner, of all the Grand Slam tournaments. 3 of them last year, the Australia, Wimbledon and the US, and made the quarters of the French Open in the autumn Paris edition in 2020.
Bit of versatility there. I bet you like that, Rog.
Yeah, that was a perfect ball there.
40
The
love.
variety is really important, as you said. I think a couple of things for Sinner. When he's at this end of the court, he needs to stand up, because the ball's not quite getting to him. But also, then you can rush Tsitsipas. For Tsitsipas, the biggest talking point really for me is his ability to move, judge the ball off the opponent's racket, and actually cut the court off. It's a reason why he can dominate with his forehand.
So more important for Sinner to be up closer to the baseline at this end, because the wind's behind his back. And the Tsitsipas ball is dropping a little bit short because of that.
Game Sinner.
Comfortable hold. An uncomfortable start, though, for
Tsitsipas
Jannik. He
leads
tries to
3
claw
games to
his
2.
way back into this first set. An interesting little conversation to drop in on that, wouldn't it? Because of course they can impart whatever words Simone and Darren are having together to talk to Jannik when he goes up that particular end
Ladies
to
and
try and
gentlemen,
change
please,
things around.
practice quickly.
Certainly
Thank you.
early on in the opening sort of 5 games, you
Time.
would hope there wouldn't be too many changes you needed to make, that you got the tactics about right, and it was more about your player executing them. Stunning day in the city that, of course, once was the capital of Australia, and it is a beautiful place to come in January, and it has certainly been a very
Behind the
popular
players,
place to
please.
come for
Thank
the
you.
Australian Open, sporting capital of the world. Well, that's what Fitzy tells me anyway, and I'm not going to argue with him.
Well, I was going to say, it was a big statement from an Englishman. That is a real compliment.
Well, that's what we're good at. Big statements, no substance.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, any seats for now? We're ready to
Those
play.
empty seats you saw at the beginning, they're almost full now. Just a couple of gaps, which I'm sure will fill.
Out.
15 lines.
Fold.
That high, heavy kick is not easy to deal with, is it? Even with a two-hander, which gives the returner more strength there. He's a tall athlete and gets that bounce right on this surface. It goes high. So the down-the-line return is not easy. So it sort of takes that option away a little bit, the bounce. Held that beautifully. There's the versatility in the forehand. He doesn't necessarily have to smash every ball. He just measures this one. He has plenty of time, but it's short. So he has to hit it not quite as hard. A bit more topspin there just to control it.
Out.
What a master at getting the forehand. I mean, the kick serve for Tsitsipas is really important, isn't it?
14.
Especially the second court rash.
Yeah, because when the wind's going down the court there, it actually leans towards that part of the court. And so he gets some extra value out of it into that pocket.
Fold.
That's a bad return.
Cain, Tsitsipas.
That's not good enough against Tsitsipas. He's going to have to do better than that.
Tsitsipas leads 4-2.
Just too many options there as well. You're stuck, marooned in the middle of the court as well. At least if you get it to the backhand side, you can cheat a bit for the backhand cross court coming your way. That you're almost forced to go backwards. Incidentally, he was the first man, or the youngest man, I should say, since Djokovic to make all 4 quarterfinals at such a young age as well, Sinner. He is, again, when you look at his kind of achievements already in his career, he's right up there with the best.
Fold.
Does Sinner come forward a little more now than he did 6-12 months ago?
Yeah, very much so.
Well, that adds versatility to his game. Gives him some more options. Something I think Aliassime has to learn more.
Getting a lot of success with that serve out wide on the ad side at the moment from that end in particular. Again, that block backhand which doesn't come naturally to Tsitsipas. stood up to the challenge. Lovely smile.
14 love.
You know he's a good kid, don't you? You
Yes.
really do.
Well, I'm sure he's also had some reflex volley work with Darren Cain over the period as well. So that was probably a smile towards Darren saying, "Hey, I've got a reflex volley."
I'm not sure Darren would have taught him the approach across court and run in though.
Fault.
He's a scary athlete.
Yeah.
He really is.
That would have beaten most players, that Sinner forehand.
40-15.
And of course, I mean, great shot Sinner hits here, but you've got to be careful coming forward. If you give a guy a running forehand, he'll burn you so often. Most guys wouldn't have with that one. And that was probably a bit more rare than...
I was going to say.
But don't just stay back. Come in down the line with the next one. You're saying, I'm inside your head.
It's a shame it ended like that, because that was a truly enchanting rally.
It was, but Tsitsipas had the upper hand from start to finish. His ball was a little heavier.
14-13.
Sinner was reacting beautifully, but the pressure was on him right through that point.
Out.
Game, Sinner.
That was a good game. Good contest
New
between the
balls,
two of them.
please.
It's 4-3, Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas leads 4-3.
Well, he hits the ball hard anyway, but that is a particularly powerful stick that Sinner has as well. It's got some nice big gaps in between the strings. It just is a rocket launcher. Steph's is a little bit more of a sort of an instrument rather than a racket. It gives you a little more feel and everything else. And he's gone through a few iterations in terms of polyester string and gut string, obviously from the elbow injury that he had a couple of seasons ago. And that's obviously been a little bit of a problem for him that he's had to manage. But the softer string bed that he has in there now seems to have solved all those problems.
Yeah, so the thinner gap, the smaller gaps between the strings doesn't create quite
Time.
the topspin, right?
Correct.
And Sinner
Thank
has
you,
the
ladies
wider
and gentlemen.
gaps.
Please find
So
us
Tsitsipas
quickly,
still creates a fair bit of
especially
spin.
behind the players. Thank you.
Yeah, so that stick there is a particularly powerful. You're looking for a bit of power out there. There's a number of brands out there. I'm not associated with anyone, but the one that Jannik plays with is a particularly powerful racket. Big racket head size, a little space between the strings, and therefore the sweet spot is bigger. Sometimes can lose control because of that, though.
Yep.
That's the downside.
Yep. More power, more spin, but it flies off it a little bit sometimes. Oh, the great man. The tournament can start. Was he a hero of yours, Betsy? He was me. There they go.
He's a hero of everyone's, isn't he?
I've seen him on the... I'm not even sure if he knew, Rod Laver there, whether that applause was for him.
Tennis has climbed on his shoulders.
So happy he's here again.
Stuff of legends.
51.
He and Ken Rosewell, my heroes. Rash, what about you?
Well, I'd have to join you, Fitzy.
Don't say Mark Petchey.
Nobody would say that.
Yeah, good aggression there. And we need, I think, a bit more of that from Jannik Sinner.
15-all.
That's putting a bit of pressure on the second serve of Tsitsipas by stepping in and swinging.
Fault. Fault.
And sometimes can
30.
put a doubt in the server's mind and create a, well, a double fault to follow that aggressive return. Oh my goodness, he's lighting it up.
15.
What's he doing
14.
differently? Rash stepping in, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's trying to cut the court off and take the time away, and that's the way to go. You've got, you know, when someone's bullying you a little bit, you need to decide you're going to throw a punch back.
I hate to admit, Rash, but Petchey suggested this 3 games ago.
That was a special return. Oh, nice change up there from Tsitsipas. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve as well.
Gee, he was coming in after that serve. Interesting.
30-14.
Be interesting to see what he feels he needs to do here. Can Sinner flush another one on the backhand side? Does Steph feel as though he needs to move this first serve around? There it is.
Cain, Sinner.
A little airtime, and we are back at 4 apiece. What a backhand from Sinner.
What a game from Sinner. It felt all along in this first set that Tsitsipas was on top, and 4 points later, even Stevens.
Well, it was actually a combination, wasn't it? The cross-court forehand for Sinner was unbelievable, but that wasn't easy. It's not easy to hit the ball with both feet off the ground for a clean winner. His crew inspired, as are we.
No. What's the point of me saying it? You know what I'm going to say, Mark, right? He had the... Gee, I get frustrated. He had the forehand to go off there and come in. If you go to that forehand there to Tsitsipas's forehand, you virtually have to hit a winner. If you're going to follow it in, it's okay if you go for an out-and-out cold winner, but don't just hit it as an approach shot straight to the forehand wing.
Fault.
I should have been saying yes, yes, yes for the Tsitsipas forehand, because that was worth commenting on.
Out.
It's still a shot that has got a lot of
15 on.
ceiling room, that slice backhand. It's a really golden time for Greek tennis at the moment as well. Oh, slide and glide.
30-15.
See, that's the same principle. It's a bit harder to make a split-second decision here for... It's a good approach here from Tsitsipas, but he's left with volleying into an open court. And if you don't put that away, you're in trouble.
Well, especially below the net height, because it needs to go up. You actually can't knife that into the open court. So that needed to go back behind Sinner.
I mean, yeah, and we have to give Sinner credit, though, Rash, don't we? The forehand approach was very good. It was his 2 ground strokes that were outstanding to win that point. That's how you come in.
30 on.
There's a vastness out there, isn't there, on Rod Laver Arena? 15,000 people hardly making a noise in the arena, literally.
That was a nice teasing shot, wasn't it?
And it moved, Petch, it was, because it's going up against the breeze. It actually moved in the air as Sinner was attempting to strike that, so it caught him a little.
And you can only hit those type of shots against somebody like Jannik Sinner if you back your foot speed and you have the athleticism that Tsitsipas does. It allows you to introduce that type of strategy. And here he is, opportunity to get the break back. It's fast and furious out here on Rod Laver tonight.
Fault.
What perseverance from Tsitsipas. Was willing just to outlast Sinner, and he does so. 5-4.
Tsitsipas leads 5 against 4.
Gosh, that was brave. I mean, sometimes we talk about being brave as getting on the front foot and taking your chances and having a swing for the hills. I tell you what, it's not too many players that would back themselves against Sinner's pace off both sides to be able to rally like that and be able to sort of take your licks and outlast him on a big point where you're so desperate to get it when you've just lost your serve. That was hugely impressive from Tsitsipas.
He didn't back off one iota, did he? He stepped up the pace, if anything. And I think really illustrated how good his forehand is in that game.
And his mind as well.
Time.
Largest Greek community outside of Greece itself here in Melbourne. There's a large Italian community as well here in these parts, and they are being royally entertained at the moment.
No wonder there's good food in Melbourne.
Good food, good coffee, good people. A great place to be, as is the place that Tsitsipas finds himself in the opening set, serving for it.
One of these guys is 24 years of age, the other one 21. 3 years is a big gap at that stage of their career, isn't it? I think we have to keep this in mind. Yeah, as soon as Sinner mishits a ball and it takes longer to get down the other end, he's in trouble because this forehand is so good. So he mishits this one and it drops a little bit short, and well, not that short, but it was slower through the air, and Tsitsipas had time.
That was a good slice.
40 love.
This is a strong ending to this set, isn't it, after losing his serve? These two games have turned it on its head. This set.
Out.
Good return, found the backhand.
40-15.
Still feel as though he's positioning at times, and it's going to be different from both ends tonight because of the wind as well, with how quickly the ball gets up in the air. It's just a little off at this end at the moment. It feels as though he's still reaching for it at times above his shoulders. He's either got to go back and let the air come out of it, or get up there and try and take it before it gets above his shoulders. Well, for the neutrals, that was an excellent set of tennis. It was better for the Greeks that are in the stadium tonight, for sure. The Italian is going to have to come from behind, down a set. Well, given the conditions that Roger's been telling us about, that was some pretty clean hitting. Okay, Roger, what would you like to see? You're good mates with Darren. What would you like to see from Jannik?
Look, it's a tough ask. I mean, you're talking about different standing positions. I think you've also got to stand where you're comfortable, you know, to return as well. You need to have a comfort level on the court. I think Jannik, you know, he got himself back in the game. He missed that 4-all game, and that was courtesy of Tsitsipas's great play. So I'd like to just see, when he has the opportunity, I want offense, because Tsitsipas is, at every opportunity he gets, he takes the ball on the rise, he cuts the court off, he puts it back at you aggressively, and he's got body court position on the court looking to come forward. So you need to try and take that away from him if you can.
Yeah, we're good theorists up here, but obviously the reality in trying to implement anything is never easy down there on the court.
Oh, I mean, that exactly. That makes me laugh a bit, because as coaches too, you know, you try to coach these guys, and they're most likely better players than the coach ever was. So it's, yeah, Mark Philippoussis' case, maybe not, but I think we're all theorists to a degree.
He's always got that heroic look, hasn't he? He's just got that look of a film star or somebody that is going to do something incredibly special. Tsitsipas, he already has, of course. He made the final of the French Open, and he was 2 sets to love up against Novak Djokovic, as we see another day here in Melbourne slowly coming to an end. A big swing for Tsitsipas as he takes the opening set. They may not have taken into account Sinner's amazing record last year when he dropped the opening set. He ended up with 10 wins and 10 losses. A 40% win-loss record in that regard when you've lost the opening set is a very good record. To be at 50% is incredible.
It is, Petch, but he hasn't done it against this man, has he?
No.
With 4 losses. Any time he has not been able to get a set in those matches. I think the area where Darren's going to help as well is that I always found that Sinner got a little down on himself, a little bit, just came off a fraction. And that edge, I think Darren will add is to stay in the moment, forget that, push that aside and get on with what's in front of you.
Yeah, he's a positive guy, isn't he? He's overhit that ball a few times so far. He needs to cover that a bit more. When he backs away and then hooks it inside in, he's hit that over the line a few times. And I think when he's with the wind, you can understand it a bit more. But that one is into the wind. So he's going to have to spin that more, Roger, I think. Or hit it even lower to the net if he's going to hit it with that speed. That serve looked bigger than 194 to me. I mean, that's a big first serve, and it didn't crack 200.
Has hit his fastest serve of the tournament in the opening set at 209. Sinner. Ball's definitely getting through the air tonight.
Fold.
Gee, that was a good second one. Very impressive second serve there.
First game, second set.
Opening set just felt as though it had so much intensity, didn't it? 45 minutes, and it just absolutely rattled through. But it was the lovely back and forth nature of the opening set, with break and a break here, that kind of kept you completely engaged. You almost feels as though everyone needs to take a slight breath there. Wasn't enough at the end of the set. Sinner establishing himself very early on here in the second with a nice clean service game. Obviously it was a lot easier for Tsitsipas in the first. He got up a break nice and early. Steph looking for his 6th Grand Slam quarterfinal of his career. Where'd you rate his forehand, Roger? Out of the top 10, where is it? Top 5, top 3?
Yeah, I'd put it in the top 3, I think. And you know what he does so well? He picks the ball off the opposition's racket so early. It's incredible. Match that with awesome movement. Dangerous.
Fold.
Yeah, you almost feel like his eyes are darting, that he's that aware, don't you, Rash? His senses are heightened.
Yeah, and he gets the ball on the rise, and he gets it on the apex as well. And Perch, I think that forehand, there's nothing that he can't do off that wing, is there? Off most balls.
Agreed. He can access short parts of the court with it as well. The spin rate's good enough, but he can also flatten it out. See, there again, just needs to be able to try and guide that ball into the backhand side. It's through the middle, it's on the forehand. You do not want to be giving Tsitsipas a ball. You can see there from the forehand Evanas perspective, it is way above average, his shot. You have to keep it quieter in those moments.
Out.
40-15.
And I suppose the question that we need to pose is, he got the dexterity that the likes of Novak and Andy and those players have to be able to pick Tsitsipas's backhand off the return.
Out.
40-30. Tsitsipas.
He tried to take that one early, trying to cut that angle right off. He was 1.5 meters.
1 game on.
Inside there. But still had trouble with the ball bouncing high.
1-all second set. Just a quick shout out to all the stewards and Tennis Australia as well, because I'm just looking around the upper bowl here and they are letting the fans in here at 1 love and 1-all and not keeping them out, which is great to see. Everybody getting back in their seat nice and quickly to continue watching the drama unfold.
Not good enough. So there's an obvious area that he can improve on. And in 3 years' time, when he sits at Tsitsipas' age, I suggest this will be better. That's not good enough to beat the man of the speed of the Greek here. Jeez, he's sharp. Tsitsipas is the sharpest I think I've ever seen him. He's on a mission.
Great rally. Brilliantly finished off in the end by Sinner.
15-all.
He was quick too. And he was a long way behind the baseline, wasn't he, when he was drop shotted there? It wasn't the perfect drop shot though.
Left for service.
Out.
On.
There's Petros in the pink Adidas top there next to Patricio Epe. Of course, he, as I said, played doubles with Steph yesterday. Still trying to find his way onto the professional circuit in singles as well.
Fault.
He's missed a couple of very crucial forehands today, Sinner, and that has been the separator so far. And that is another one.
30-14.
And is that courtesy of the feel that he has inside, that I need to get it there quick because Steph's moving so well? And
it's a break point. That is too good. That is really too good. What a strong one-hander down the line there from Tsitsipas, and he strikes first in the second. 2-1.
Tsitsipas leads 2-1.
My goodness, Roger, that was a great shot.
oh, he's on court side. He's hitting the ball as pure as you could imagine. And against the breeze, his ability with that one-hander to hit that ball so penetrating. to someone who moves well like Sinner. It's been an extraordinary performance, really. It's as Fitzy said, he's alert, he's sharp, and this single-hander, that's not an easy ball to play from up there.
I think he's transferring his weight a bit better, Rog, on the backhand. In Perth, he was going backwards a little bit. You know, his body weight was just moving backwards a bit, and Mark Philippoussis was talking about how he probably needs to get on the front foot. I bet that's what they've been working on. Hey, isn't it great to see an evolution of a young player, though? The older ones get older, the younger ones take time to evolve. He's about to arrive, it seems.
Is the light diminishing as quickly as Sinner's chances in this fourth round match? That's the question that only he can answer right now, but he is certainly finding it difficult going against Tsitsipas down a set and a break.
Thank you.
And I suppose what we're seeing here is a little bit as well is that ability to try and throw something different in. Where was the serve and volley to try and sort of kick it up high to the one-hander from Tsitsipas? You know that Djokovic is going to bring something like that into a contest like this. He's got it all going on, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think that's a better way to say it. He's got it all going on. Does he have it all yet? Is maybe the question. And he's getting close, isn't he? Not many players in history have had it all. Yeah, that's the one we talked about earlier. It's an asset if he can hit it in the court.
Fault.
Brilliant. Easy strategy for us to highlight.
30.
Extremely difficult to execute like that. Got his court position absolutely perfectly there.
He's hit a couple of great touch volleys. His more forceful volleys earlier on didn't look 100%, but gee, when he's got time, that touch volley is pretty darn good, isn't it?
Out.
30 on.
He got what he wanted, Fitzy.
Yeah.
Got that short ball, that breakaway to the backhand side. And again, probably rushed it knowing he had space.
And he knows how quick Tsitsipas is, doesn't he, Rog? Maybe that can make you overplay sometimes. That's probably the part of his game that can improve a bit more, I think. The one-hander. But we're picking at small things. Well, at least I am.
This is not a small thing, though. This is a route back into the match here for Sinner straight away. Got it. Wasn't the cleanest form. Tsitsipas has hit, but Sinner was good enough to take it.
And where did he approach?
2 games on.
young 21-year-old, encouraging 15,000 people.
Love.
This is a lovely passage of play, and when you do have the pace off the ground that Sinner does on both sides, you are going to create space in the forecourt for the drop shots. You have to be so wary. Lovely little grip change there. And it wasn't even the best. The second bounce went past the service line. You're trying to keep that second bounce inside the service box if you can, but the little slip, Tsitsipas couldn't get there. Steph had only been broken twice coming into this match, twice already tonight.
As good as it gets.
I mean, that is outrageous, isn't it?
15.
It takes Kia's legs.
Tsitsipas
40-30.
virtually on every forehand is full throttle. He's swinging out of his boots.
Please, more of this. Bring it on. Bring it on. Sinner 3-2, second set.
Sinner leads 3 games to 2.
Well, are you allowed to applaud in the comm box?
Absolutely.
I think I saw Rashid on his feet down there, Pedge.
I was. It's hard not to. You're sitting there watching, going, "Oh, this is not a bad ticket right here." But they are. I mean, they're throttling the ball. And what I loved about Sinner's game against the breeze there, he stood up and took it on, and I just think it's his way forward in the rally. As I said, you have to decide that you're going to push back against someone who's being the bully, the older. And he's done that extremely well.
And let's keep an eye on how frequent the drop shot becomes an important part of this.
Time.
They'll be putting extra toppings on Toto's Pizza House down there in Lygon Street. That was the first ever pizza restaurant in Australia of all time, and it's still going strong, as is Jannik Sinner. My goodness, what a couple of pulsating games they were. You can get great attention at the end of sets and matches, but the shot making, the skill, the athleticism, the pace, it was everything that we love about this game. And it is being showcased out here tonight brilliantly.
And by two young, wonderful players who are going to play a prominent role in our future. This is a high level.
And look at this.
Every point now.
I mean, he is absolutely ripping it. He's up 7 Ks. It wasn't as though he was just caressing it in his previous rounds.
That's an indication that he has to up it. He's got the leg speed of Sinner defending.
Came out of his shoes there. 83 miles an hour for those of you that work in that particular metric as well. And I can tell you that that is elite. You don't see many players sitting up at 83 miles an hour for a set and a half on hard courts as well. And particularly against somebody like Sinner that takes your pace away because of how hard he hits it.
Fault.
Well, I wonder if that, as we have seen tonight, a few drop shots from Tsitsipas is the plan, or whether that just for the first time tonight was a situation where he'd run out of ideas to some degree. Didn't miss that by much, but enough to put more pressure on Tsitsipas' serve.
It's getting a little tight here now, isn't it? He's thrown everything at Sinner these last few games and hasn't succeeded fully yet.
Just his second ace of the night. And he had 30 coming into this in his opening 3 matches, so Sinner doing a good job there of keeping that number lower.
Gee, it just goes to show it's hard to be at the pinnacle of the men's game here without a big serve, isn't it? He's calling on it right now because he's needed it.
Cain, Tsitsipas. New balls, please. Three games on.
Who do the new balls favour, boys, in your opinion?
I'm going to... Oh, that's a tough question right now.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a returner here. That sounds totally counterintuitive. I'm going to be proved 100% wrong. Going to think he's going to have half a chance.
Maybe you know more than us, but
51.
generally speaking, yeah, it goes with the server, doesn't it?
.209 is quickest. That was .205. And if he can keep landing a high number, he is going to be absolutely fine. It's incredible how many first serves he's made in here. Almost 80%. And it continues.
30 long.
I mean, I remember when 60% seemed like a good number in the men's game. I mean, 70% seems just normal nowadays.
And the speed's higher as well.
I mean, the guys are obviously getting taller in general.
Fold.
Some of us are shrinking. Oh, what a shot. Oh, difficulty factor.
40 long.
9.5 or 10. You can't believe he could hit a winner from there, really. But what balance he has.
I was just taking a look at his first serve percentage on hard last year, Sinner. He's at 59%. And when we've been talking about the balls here being sort of a little heavier and stuff like that, that's why you can start seeing numbers appear like almost 80% as he has done tonight. Yeah, so hammer again. Absolutely no chance for Tsitsipas to get into it. Credit to the Italian.
Sinner leads
Beautifully
4 games
done.
to 3.
Still much to come. I reckon the new balls are going to favour the server.
Gee, you sit on the fence sometimes. You're so convincing when you don't, though.
I just wanted everyone to get engaged in it.
You know what I found there? In slow motion, there was no stress on Jannik Sinner's face when he went out to hit that backhand, that cold winner he hit. He just had a normal, relaxed look on his face. I would think most players get a bit stressed at the moment they make contact.
He's done a good job of starting to use the crowd as well. I mean, he's not the sort of introvert that sort of Iga Swiatek was at the start of her career, but he wasn't a guy that was necessarily going to come out and do what he is doing tonight. But it's important, and I think it's helped him relax himself, as you say. And it's a beautiful sight, and that will be a nice sight for some of the Sinner fans as well. We're talking about the nuances that you're going to have to do well in a match like this, and it's fine. Tsitsipas' backhand after the first serve, and you can see it's gone up considerably here for Sinner in the second set. That's making life a little easier for him to try and get some traction in Tsitsipas' service games. Can he continue the trend in this one?
Months.
Roger, you've been coaching for a long time. How much do you think the movement has changed in men's tennis in the last 15 years?
Oh, dramatically. It's almost it's from another world, really. You know, we had a few players. When you even think of someone like Leighton, who was so good movement-wise and could get that last ball, one more extra ball back. Look at what Novak does now. So the players are actually been able to move aggressively across the court, but then play with some offense. Extraordinary.
Out.
And I suppose my follow-up question quickly on that is how?
40-15.
Well, I think the athlete's a little different. The way they train now, all the extra, the power work that they do off the court. I think just the preparation to become an athlete has changed.
You think smaller athletes, is it logical to say they'd move quicker? Because the trend in tennis is that the athletes are much bigger now. But we're coupling that with saying that they're
4 games on.
They're quicker. They move better. I don't know.
Well, that's his fastest serve, and I actually think the bigger athletes now, they're more balanced. I think that they can cover more ground quicker because they're more balanced, and as Roger said, they're better conditions. The bigger steps you can take and predict where the ball's going to be, the more efficient you are, the quicker you move. You have less braking steps. So the smaller athletes actually have to take more steps. So the taller you are, if you can learn how to move correctly, you can move faster.
Love 15.
Fault.
Absolutely brilliant. He got a little lucky with one of the backhands that found the line. The one thing that Tsitsipas does against Sinner as well that he doesn't do necessarily against other players, he actually drops off more for Sinner's second serve. He lets the air come out of it and drives it with a lot of pace from a lot further back than he generally does against other opponents. And you can see how many he's making. And he's turning the screw at the optimum time. You won't find a better returning point late on in a set when you've got an opportunity and you go grab it. It was a good first serve, over 200 Ks, and yet Tsitsipas found himself at the net after the next shot.
Thank you.
Triple break point.
Let for service.
What a way to do it.
Tsitsipas.
Incredible. Grease lightning from Tsitsipas. 5-4 second set.
5 games to 4.
Too good. Really too good from Tsitsipas. Sinner can sit there now and he's going to be disappointed, but oh my goodness, the last couple of points from Tsitsipas were absolutely out of this world. I will say that for a lot of players out there, and it is a stunning pass, that if you don't work on your transition footwork to get closer to the net in the modern game with how hard the ball's coming back, you are going to lose that point 8 times out of 10. Because he got stuck, Sinner, in no man's land, not being able to move towards the net, and there was space. This is what Steph's been doing with his forehand after his serve. I know we've been banging on about it, but it is a big part of it. And not only is he getting a lot of forehands into play, but look how deep he's getting the ball. Depth is your friend in a tennis court, and it's been a very friendly environment for Tsitsipas tonight.
See the extra wrist there he used in slow motion. Create the extra racket head speed to get that ball across court fast. That was impressive. He just lifted. You know, Sinner, as good as he's been here, and I think he's been real good. He's just been hanging on, hasn't he? And could he go to another level and sustain it? Well, Tsitsipas has done it first.
Fold. Out.
And that's the objective for Sinner, especially if he gets a second service, to try to force with the first return, get it deep, and on the first ground stroke make Tsitsipas defend. Then you can take over the point.
Fold.
So be aggressive here. Oh, he tried.
Yeah, and he's definitely trying to do things out there tonight, Sinner. You can see here, he's trying to take the ball a little later. He's trying to take the ball a little, and it is troubling him. And you can see there that he hasn't quite made the adjustment that he perhaps should have done.
But that's interesting, isn't it? That,
yep.
For me, this second serve is bouncing higher than all the other opponents. That increases the difficulty factor for the returner.
It's getting through the hit zone very quickly. It's like in baseball when that ball's moving through the strike zone quickly.
You're also on this side here on the second serve, he's trying to pull it too far to the sideline where he can actually just drive it into the backhand side quickly. Made a couple of errors into the net trying to get that angle.
Fold.
Sinner needs to be appropriately aggressive with this return, but he's got to make Tsitsipas play. Sensational, Sinner.
Well, his back's to the wall and he's got to produce here.
40.
What a forehand to finish this point.
And that's the discipline he needs early on in a rally, isn't it? Find the backhand, trade with it, look for a chance.
Yeah, don't get behind in the point is the objective early, isn't it?
Much easier to do on the second serve, obviously.
Are the Italians coming, Pitch?
He's given himself a chance.
Time violation warning, Mr. Tsitsipas.
Gee, what concentration. That's impressive.
Deuce.
I tell you, some other players can learn from that.
Well, he took it on the chin, didn't he?
Yeah. got a warning when he's about to go into his motion. He just ignored it and pounded an unreturnable serve. And that's going to take him a long way to winning this match. He's focused. Good stuff.
Fold. Out.
Deuce.
Fastest second serve of the tournament for Tsitsipas on this set point. Landed it, couldn't land the forehand.
Advantage, Tsitsipas.
Well, obviously unfortunate to miss it, but the wisdom in why was he taking it inside out to the forehand of Tsitsipas at this stage of the set. Second set point.
Game and second set, Tsitsipas.
And he's a set away, Tsitsipas,
6
from being
games to
back
4.
in the quarterfinals here in
Tsitsipas leads
Australia.
with 2 sets to love.
And it's really easy to sit up here and in hindsight trading, in slow motion replays, say why did you do it, but the point obviously prior to the last one, you've got to question why he went inside out with the backhand rather than just trade a couple of shots that it worked out nicely in the game with the backhand. And then I actually think he should be hitting that backhand down the line return, but to try and do it really for the first time in the match on a set point just seems as though he got lost in the moment there, Sinner, and perhaps just showing his age for the very first time, even though he's been to the quarters of all 4 Grand Slams and is doing well. That just felt as though there was a couple of moments there where he didn't execute a strategy particularly well, and that's the difference. He's played a great set of tennis. At just those moments, Tsitsipas has been the better.
That was entertaining, though, wasn't it, the whole way? I so enjoyed that set. It was back and forth, testing each other. And really, at the end, it took Tsitsipas to come up with some extra special stuff that really took him to the next level, and that was good enough to win it. Sinner was quite magnificent also.
There's something very magnetic about Tsitsipas when he plays on a tennis court as well. Your eyes are drawn to him and the way that he moves. It's not that we haven't seen players like him in the past. He's got a little bit of a Borg feel about him at times. It's obviously a very much a modern day Borg, but just the flowing locks and everything else. But
Sinner to serve.
It's an electrifying pace that he can play at.
He's almost like a biblical figure, isn't he?
Almost. Sinner, who came back from 2 sets to love down in his previous round, has got to do so again.
Out.
15 love.
Out.
30 love.
Fold. Out.
30-15.
Fold. Out.
40-15.
Well, it would be understandable if he had a little bit of a letdown from an adrenaline point of view after the intensity of that second set, particularly in closing out. He's trying to guard against it. You can see how disappointed he is with a couple of forehand misses already in this game.
Led for service.
Fold.
40-30.
Out.
Deuce.
He's going to have to take a few more risks, I think. I mean, we've talked about his aggression. It's been good. Because if he's not, Tsitsipas will be. But you walk a thin line sometimes.
Out.
Advantage, Sinner.
Well, if that starts working as well, Sinner might be in trouble.
Deuce.
I guess he's already in some form of trouble, but that's another string to the bow here for Tsitsipas.
There's a lot of things about his one-hander that you love as well. One of the reasons why he does well on clay, he's tall. He's already up high for the high bouncing ball. He takes the racket away nice and high as well, Tsitsipas. So when the ball gets up there, it's not as though he's got a low takeaway and he's got to go and catch the ball up high. He's already up there to meet it.
Out.
Advantage, Sinner.
This is becoming a fairly precious game for Jannik Sinner here already at the start of the third set. Needs to tuck it away in his pocket.
Out.
Not yet. There's the first sort of serve and volley that we have. He doesn't look that comfortable, does he?
He doesn't.
He's waiting for the ball to come to him rather than going to meet it.
Yeah, that was not a true serve and volley. Didn't look like a true serve and volleyer. But he's got to play that. He's got to incorporate that into his game. So I admire that, but it didn't look that competent on that occasion. There's a man who can teach him, though. Changed his mind. I think when he had his racket back early, running forward, he was thinking across court. Here, Tsitsipas.
Advantage, Sinner.
And Sinner moved that way. So he moved to cover it, and he changed his mind, I think, and goes up, but didn't control it.
He actually had a lot of space in front of Sinner to drop it low, didn't he? Sinner was actually covering the lob. Well, I don't know if there's still a clear and present danger ahead of Tsitsipas tonight, but there is still danger when you have somebody that strikes the ball as well as Sinner does, and as determined as the Italian is as well. Steph, of course, has got the extra little bit of garnish on winning his first ever major potentially here in Australia, because he would also become the world #1 as well. So all the incentive in the world for him to go all the way and claim the trophy.
Thank you.
First game of this third set in keeping with the rest of the match. Terrific watch.
Forward.
Lofting.
When you go to Tsitsipas's forehand, you've got to go there specifically. Deep, for one thing, and try to penetrate with your own forehand. Don't just give him one in the middle of the court, or his forehand's too good.
Forward.
Let's second service.
You had that shot, didn't you, Rog?
30.
I hit it once, I think, in practice.
Stop exaggerating. Stop exaggerating.
Yeah, well,
there's no video. There's no
see
video footage. It didn't happen.
It'll be on YouTube tomorrow, Petch.
I like the answer, though.
Forward.
Annoying for him. His forehand's been pretty awesome.
40.
He misses one by a whisker and he's very upset, but it happened at a big moment.
You almost get the sense that he was so desperate for this sort of scenario not to unfold, not to go cold after what had just unfolded over the previous sort of hour and 40 minutes. But he is facing a couple of break points.
What do you think the odds are that he holds from 15-40 with this serve?
I would imagine
better than 50-50?
Yeah, better than 50-50, yeah.
He just hasn't been able to get his nose in front in any of these sets, has he?
Advantage Tsitsipas.
Now.
Deuce. Advantage Sinner.
Well, this is an interesting little moment. He wanted to go over to the tower, but of course he's on the clock.
Yeah.
He would lose his first serve if he takes too long to get back, so he hasn't gone, and he's just slowing up here, taking his time, making sure that that doesn't happen. Something else to manage. One of the things when you watch Steph play, particularly on the ad side, and he gets, when you watch him play the top 5 players, his numbers on the ad side go down significantly in terms of points won. He falls left on the serve, so he naturally gets a forehand into play if you go cross court with that return. They're good enough to find some line sort of returns and actually beat him into the forehand side occasion and try and keep him a little bit more central. It doesn't hurt him as much on the deuce, obviously, Steph. He drifts into the middle pretty quickly after leaning left.
But the deep hard return, if he can pull it off Sinner, it helps his cause.
Same number of break points that he converted against Sinner last year, 4 for 4. Sinner, though, is having a much better job in terms of creating chances. But there is nothing you can do about a diagonal dagger like that. Rod Laver, who's on the left of your picture there in the grey jumper, he's his fitness trainer.
Advantage Tsitsipas.
A little bit like a car mechanic getting tossed the keys to a McLaren, but he's done a wonderful job with him. But he's got a lot to work with.
The backhand let him down a little bit there, Jannik. Big game to hold, that was.
1 game all.
That was a meaningful hold of serve, wasn't it, Fitzy?
Yeah, from both perspectives there.
Thank you.
Roger, is it still windy or has that died down now?
No, the wind's still there. There's no doubt about that. So this is going
Lovely.
to be, you just see already there from Tsitsipas. He's pushing here. He sees it as a moment after surviving that break.
Yeah, it looked like he died down on the power on his forehand there, like he was very comfortable with keeping a good length, that Sinner wasn't going to be able to hurt him from the other end. Didn't want to make those unforced errors that he did in the previous Italian service game.
Out.
$15
You see Sinner as a major winner?
Yes.
Me too. And you certainly see Tsitsipas as a major winner. Yeah.
I mean, just purely because they're going into an era where there's going to be more opportunities. There's going to be less people that have won double-digit majors, and and we're coming out of that.
Out.
Are you of the opinion that tennis would be
13-15.
better off with more major winners? Or is it a debatable point because you create great players when they win many?
Yeah, I prefer. I think the rivals we've had has made the two of the last 15 years. Personally, I think, you know, the big four rivalry is what's made it.
Out.
I may be in the minority, but I'm not sure what Roger thinks, but I like the thought of having more major winners. You know, in tennis, it's hard if you're ranked 80 in the world. I mean, you can win a major in golf if you're ranked 80, but in tennis you can't do that. I'm not sure what you think, Rog.
Well, I like rivals. I think a sport needs big rivalries.
Good change-up.
And maybe this will become one day. At the moment, Tsitsipas leads in the head-to-head 4-1, and he
Sinner
leads in the
leads
match
2
by
games to 1.
2 sets, but it's in a 2-1 in the third. Yeah, I mean, I feel like individuals can carry sports for a while, but without the rivalry, I think it doesn't really work. I think Michael Johnson, for me, carried 200 meters and 400 meters back in the 90s. I feel like Tyson could carry boxing matches for a while on his own, but I think that, you know, Holyfield was a much bigger fight because of the rivals. Team sports, no question. You've got the tribal kind of nature of those things. And I think the women's tour, with all due respect, has had an amazing time, but they've lacked that rivalry or 2 rivalries that you've locked into each week, which is, I think, the men has been an advantage.
So you can't have rivalries when players win less. If you've got players that win 5 majors instead of 22,
oh yeah,
you can still have rivalries.
absolutely.
And that would produce more winners, more characters, I think, in the sport, wouldn't it? I think it's a good debate, and I think there's arguments for both sides, personally, but I tend to think I like it when there's these young faces coming through. I'd love this kid to win a major. Jannik, I'd just love it if he could win one.
Thank you, ladies and
And
gentlemen.
then
Please
he
sit
might win
quickly.
3 or 4 or
Thank
5
you.
then, you know. But and Tsitsipas, when he wins his first one, it's going to be a big day.
Behind the players, please.
Look at that,
Second
little bit of
serve
coaching.
back.
We love that. We love to see a little bit of that. I think they're saying go back and then come in.
So go back for the second serve.
That's what it looks like, yeah. Be interesting, because I'm about to show you something as well.
That's KG Darren Cahill.
15 love.
Not sure about going back.
30 love.
What do you think?
I'm not convinced, although having said that, I think on the ad side it's not working for him at the moment on the second serve. But there's not a lot you can do with the first serve.
You've got to get the return deep, no matter what way you look at it, I think.
$30-15.
He's got to try something though, doesn't he?
Well, I just think it's on the ad side that he's probably had the least effective court position on the second serve. There's nothing you can do about that kind of serving on the first serve, to be honest.
40-15.
Doesn't seem to have the hand skills like the best players in the world and the elite players that can kind of stand up on the baseline and then just guide that into the Tsitsipas backhand. So he has to give himself a little bit more time to swing at the ball. So he's won that point, and this is what I was going to say, get a little granular with some of the strategy out here. And when you take a look at that, this is where he's been doing a great job on the due side on second serve points won against the Tsitsipas, but on the side where the break points come, the majority of the break points come in tennis, that is not a good number, 55%. That's the side that he needs to kind of make an adjustment with on the second serve. And maybe that's what they said to him, go back on the ad side, you've been in a bit too close and it hasn't worked out for you.
Deuce.
So for the second game in a row, not clear sailing on the Tsitsipas serve. I think it's been contributed to by just a small dip from Tsitsipas's end of the court. A slight flat spot. Do you sense that, Rash?
Yeah, there's no doubt, Fitz. He's not quite that electrifying, that alertness. It's still pretty good, but as you said, it only needs to be minor.
Led for service.
Easy in retrospect. I bet halfway through that swing he knew he was going the wrong way. And Tsitsipas guesses well.
Deuce.
Look how much room there is down the line here for Sinner.
Thank you.
Out.
And he's got right back to work, and credit to him after that.
Well, it's
Advantage.
the depth. It's the depth of the
Sinner.
shot that creates that opportunity. The first return.
Stadium is alive.
Forward.
He's gone back. Look at him. He's actually getting coached midpoint there.
Dusted the line.
Can you believe it? Even better than he expected it to be.
I don't have much doubt he didn't mean to go that close to the line. I think he caught it a fraction late, and he's counting his lucky stars there a little bit. He tried to go down the line, but not that finely. What a sight.
Advantage. Sinner.
One of those rallies where you can do absolutely nothing wrong and still not come away with a point. Sinner, magnificent.
Australia's missed this. This crowd is awesome.
Let the celebrations begin. It is a long road back, but he has taken a significant step. And the significant step came because he took a step back on the at point as well, coaching from the stands. And as he found the formula, like he did against Fucsovics in the previous round, where he suddenly plugged away on his opponent's backhand, is a retreat the right way for Sinner to regain territory in this contest. He's made them believers.
Thank you.
And I think Darren's earned his stripes there. He'll be happy that his suggestion has paid fruits. Oh. Yeah, he's got to get in quicker if he's going to do that, doesn't he? I think.
Well, I think that's the biggest part of his game, is his transition. His step is too slow. You watch where he gets to from here to where he moves. Look, the first step is left with the back foot, so he's stuck. So that's a whole second, but look where he is.
He actually doesn't have a split step.
Yeah.
Which is the issue, the main issue. There's no split step when he comes out, so he actually can't power one way or the other.
He's not bad for 21, is he?
15 all.
And we're just starting to realize why Tsitsipas put so much emphasis on the early part of this third set to try and not get behind, to try and keep his man down. He didn't want to face this formidable force. My goodness, this is great entertainment. Double the number of sprints, as you could see. A lot of hard work for the Italian.
30.
We may or may not find about the cumulative effect. Say that again. As we get to the fifth set, after he's had just a 5-setter, if Steph can keep making him work as hard as that.
Fold.
Wrong shot at the wrong time there.
40.
Bad luck. He's played so well to get up this break. No reason to go for that. He had to push that deep, surely. It's a microsecond you've got to make that decision.
Tsitsipas on the rebound here. Given what it just missed, I'm sure that the only person in the stadium that thought the drop shot was coming was the man that was playing it.
Well said. You need a feathery touch for that.
Advantage, Sino.
Fold. Out.
Deuce. Advantage, Sino.
The perfect shot. pace and placement. And the revival continues. Jannik Sinner 4-1 in the third set. Well, that's a great effort from him. Little change in the strategy, but at the same time, in this third set, he's been able to do what he couldn't do in the opening couple of sets, which was were in the right points at the right time. And for the first time in the match as well, he's just got a little bit of breathing room as well, a chance to experiment, a chance to feel the ball. Every single game up until now has been attached with maximum value for Sinner and importance. He's got a free game coming.
Time.
First time that box has had a little bit of concern this evening. We'll take their word for it. One thing's for sure, the Italian is greater than the Greek player just for the time being. How long will it last, and can it continue?
Out.
15 love.
Vote.
Becoming more and more of a productive shot for Sinner right now.
C15. Cain, Tsitsipas. Sinner leads 4-2.
Equal faster serve of the night for Steph. Quick service game. and he's going to get back quickly to doing what he knows he needs to, which is looking for a break of serve for the Italian.
Yeah, and it won't be easy to serve this set out. These next two games, Sinner will have to play some really good stuff, you'd imagine.
Got him again.
Right now he's got the feel of a maestro, hasn't he? I've got to hand it to him. It wasn't sort of a tactic I was really thinking of to beat Tsitsipas with, but he's having more than his fair share of success now.
Well, he's also, Fitzy and Petch, pushing him side to side, isn't he? And he's accelerated his ground stroke, so he gets to hold some better court position.
You can stand in and take the drop shot earlier, eh?
30 love.
Yeah, it's exceptional from Sinner at the moment as well. And there has been a significant shift, as you can see here. Tsitsipas through sets 1 and 2 had the bigger of the two men's forehands out there by 10 Ks, but that's dropped off by 9, and Sinner's found an extra 5 on his forehand in sets 3. And exactly what Roger was saying, he's been able to establish a better position in rallies, which has allowed him to use the drop shot, which has allowed him some freedom to play even better. And a 5-2 lead. He's closing in on the third set, the Italian.
Sinner leads 5 games to 2.
Well, this has become an entertainment hub, not just a sporting precinct. Look at that. Drones show outside, and that is a pretty spectacular one as well. I don't have a clue how they do that to get it all working together.
What is that, a UFO?
I definitely didn't have it in your day. Look at that.
That's harsh. Look,
I like what you said, your day.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's already gone.
Yeah, yeah. Look, it was true, but it was harsh.
It's very true.
Amazing, huh? What a precinct this is.
Spectacular. Look at this. Tennis court. Look at how do they do that?
Incredible.
It's like magic.
Time.
Yep.
Look
That
at this.
is incredible.
Drone show that's outside at the moment for the fans that aren't lucky enough to be inside the Rod Laver Arena. That's not a bad second prize, is it? Look how clever that is.
Oh, yes, and he took it right out of the middle of the strings, too.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing what they've done for this tournament. We've been talking about it as well. I mean, there would have been definitely some other people that perhaps after the last couple of years would have been looking to sort of cut back and try and sort of hobble through the next couple of years. Not Tennis Australia. It is bigger and better
than ever.
Fault.
It's not that true that they modelled that movement of the ball on the drone with your serve, is it?
I knew something was coming. There was an out call, wasn't there?
Correct. Nothing wrong with your hearing, Fitzy.
Tsitsipas is requesting the replay of the call on the left baseline.
Well, Tsitsipas was starting to pump his fist, but there was an out call.
Already taught in the chair.
Love 15.
And this would be a significant game for Sinner to be able to grab the third set and you open up the fourth with your serve. Big moment for Tsitsipas.
Gee, what an effort to turn this third set around like this and give himself a fighting chance. It was like a laser.
15-30.
Flipper's falling asleep. Oh, no, he's not.
Well, I think he's a little concerned right now. That's the shot.
Petchy, he heard you.
15-14.
And that's obviously easier to make when you've got the freedom of the lead and everything else.
Yeah,
and obviously,
exactly.
when he tried to play it on the set point, it was almost impossible. And he had a route back perhaps in the second set. He has very much got a route through to the fourth set here. 2 set points for the Italian. He is dominating. And by his standards, that was a very, very makeable shot.
Use.
Well, his third set level Sinner has been
Advantage, Sinner.
very impressive. Struggling for adjectives here, but he's lifted 2 levels, hasn't he?
Quality strike brings up a third set point.
Use.
This is keeping things interesting, though, isn't it?
Tsitsipas.
You know, I can't help thinking 3 weeks ago in Perth, when I saw this backhand, it wasn't as effective as this from Tsitsipas. Rog can tell a bit easier on the court surface, but it looks like he's transferring his weight more, and the ball is heavier.
That was a great hold from Tsitsipas. He was right up against the fence, wasn't he? But you're right. Look, I didn't see him in Perth, but he's definitely loading up and bringing the weight on the front foot and getting his body through the line of the ball. So it's effective. It's heavy, and he's got the ability to hit those angles.
I bet that's Mark Philippoussis. He was talking about it in Perth to me.
Well, that's how Mark played, didn't he? He liked to get on the front foot.
Well, he's been on the back foot for most of this third set, but can he get back on serve? He's given himself a chance. It looked very unlikely. But a bit of pressure now on Sinner because he hasn't been able to take the 3 set points that were on offer in the previous game. Got an unexpected gift on the opening point, delivers with the ace. And inching closer again to this set. Brushed off the disappointment of the previous game. 7th ace of the match, and he's about to put the first set of the match on the board for himself.
Game and third set.
And what a way to do it. Scintillating serving from Sinner. 2 sets to 1 though to Tsitsipas. Well, there's a lot of opposing fans in the crowd, but there's a lot of neutrals as well, and they will be very impressed with the effort that Jannik Sinner has put in that third set. It's a quality set, lots of great tennis. Tsitsipas taking his opportunity to go off court here and have a full change. And of course he was the architect of the change as well, in terms of getting a definitive time to get back out on court as well. Loads of chances for Sinner, and that'll be a concern for Tsitsipas as well, that he's offered up 10 break points in 1 set.
Did you realize they were serving that well?
They've been serving well all night, yeah.
Goodness me.
But that's also, I mean, you can look at stats any which way you are. Great serving from Steph, but he's still offered up 10 break points serving that well.
Yeah.
He's got to have to think about changing that up, maybe serving a little more body. Because he can't keep having that much pressure on him through the 4th set as well.
He saved 9 of them. So he's certainly serving well to the second court.
Well, the players have been lighting it up as we see a lit Rod Laver Arena and a nighttime match that is developing into something special. It was a wonderful couple of sets. It went Tsitsipas' way, just wondering what Sinner could do to change things around. Well, it was that kind of play. Touch, feel, balance, movement. And what we saw from the Italian, even at the age of 21, is how quickly he can put adversity behind him and just get back to doing the things that he does exceptionally well. A brilliant performance, I thought, personally, from a character standpoint. Lawrence Frankopan there, his agent. I know he's invested a lot of time and money in Jannik's career, and he will be absolutely thrilled to have seen that. Obviously a huge match for him last year against Carlos Alcaraz with a match point at the US Open in the quarterfinals there. Who knows? Had he won that point, could have been the one holding the trophy at the end of that tournament, and not Alcaraz, who had beaten, of course, on the clay courts to win his 6th title in the summer. That's how close things are at times. And it's getting better. We showed you the pace, the uptick in pace on the forehand from Jannik Sinner. And we thought it was big in the opening couple of sets, but he actually had room to improve. Average on the tour 6.8, but once you start getting to the 4th round and quarters of these events, you're going to start seeing numbers that are developing. There's the statistics and the analysis that you can obviously dig into as a coach in the players box that Tennis Australia have given you. I think there's 8 camera angles for some of the video analysis that you want, and then obviously the statistics as well. Petros, Steph's brother, have get a drink, kind of re-engage, and then bring the energy back at the start of the 4th set. It's a long time for people to have to sit through it.
It is, but on the other hand, we are trying to shorten matches, aren't we? So it's a tough one, that. Well, I actually don't know if we are trying to shorten matches, but we need to.
Out.
15 on.
And these breaks are interesting, aren't they? Because you can be running hot, and then all of a sudden that extended break, 6.5 minutes, nearly 7 minutes.
Yes,
it can change a lot of things.
I don't think I am a fan of it, actually. I mean, I want to let the crowd have their fun and whatever they I guess other sports do it, don't they? They go off at halftime.
30 love.
But it does have an influence, Roger. I agree with you. You know, you go off and you can be red hot and come back out and you're slow. Slow starting again. Let's see if it affects Sinner here.
Out.
Well, he's
40 love.
there's 3 balls in a row. That's the second forehand he missed. Like he lost control of that, so only the first game.
Fault. Out.
Game Tsitsipas.
Because he didn't play a great game there, did he, Sinner?
First game, forced sets.
4 unforced errors.
Yeah,
in
six
my
and
books.
a half minutes affected him.
Yeah, a little bit of a cold start. I tell you what has been pretty impressive though from Tsitsipas. You can look at numbers and think that Jannik hasn't been doing a great job, but 18 break points from Tsitsipas. As you can see, he's been broken 3 times, but he has missed just 2 first serves on those 18 break points. That's an incredible number.
Yep.
90% virtually of first serves made. So as much as you can look at what's gone on prior to the break points, when it's got to the pressure point, this man has delivered with his first serve to keep Sinner at bay more often than not. And will that long delay affect Sinner here in his service game? That would be more critical.
Fault. Out.
30 love.
Surprised to see Steph up inside the baseline there for that second serve. He's done a nice job of letting the air come out of the ball and drive it from deep most of the time. Is the pressure just confusing him a little bit?
Fault.
Oh, he's found his range there, it looks like, though. That was the ball early in the match, Rog. He was hitting with the wind from the end he's at now. And he was having a bit of trouble keeping it inside the baseline in the first set. But, gee, this is impressive that he can hit this for a cold winner.
Game Sinner.
That's a low percentage shot there from Stefanos, trying to change the direction.
1 game all.
I like his body language.
I like that even more.
He looked like he deliberately went off there. He almost looked like he was looking in that direction. So he And that's probably another tactic because they know Tsitsipas backs away to his left.
Fault.
$15.
Out.
30-15.
It's a very heavy discussion there, isn't there, in the box about something that Petros feels like he's seen.
Fault.
I almost feel when he does that, Roger, he hustles so fast to get in after the second serve, and it's all good, and I like the variation in the tactic, but he doesn't look off on balance, or he looks a little bit off balance there when he hits that backhand volley sometimes and doesn't do enough with it.
Yeah, and, gee, that was a big miss, wasn't it, from Sinner at the end?
Fault.
It's almost like he doesn't get set and then transfer his weight to put a bit more on that backhand volley. He just sort of fends it off his body while he's moving forward.
And it's interesting, Petr can go over all the data you like. It's pretty simple.
40-30.
The Italian has got more offensive, which gives him a little bit more control. So it's whether Tsitsipas can actually push back against that. You know, he was the man in the first two sets.
Well, he's definitely overcomplicating things at times in his mind, and it's thrown his rhythm off.
Deuce.
He was the best front runner last year. He had the most match wins. But he is facing a determined comeback here from the Italian.
Led for service.
Out.
So if he breaks here, we got us a
Advantage.
bowl game.
Sinner.
There'll be some worry in the Tsitsipas camp.
Well, it's another break point. And it's the third time he's missed a first serve. Real opportunity. Watch Sinner. Here he goes. Back he goes. That's what he's been told to do.
Yeah, and the serve and volley comes when he's way back. So that's how they're trying to counteract it.
Deuce.
It's a great thing about this game, though, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure he needed to pass, did he? He didn't need to go for the pass. He could have actually hit it directly at him.
It's the perfect counter attack. You have to be precise from way back there if a guy's roaring in fast.
Never change a winning strategy, and that is harvesting so many points for the Italian.
Well, it's the backhand down the line that we've talked about can open the court up, and this is a different circumstance for Tsitsipas to deal with when he has to move wide and chip his forehand defensively. He's hustling back to his left, and the drop shot comes.
None of that could have happened if the return wasn't as good as it was.
Here we go.
And he's on top right now, Jannik Sinner. He may be behind in terms of the score, but he's the better player out there. And he secures the break, 2-1.
Sinner leads 2-1.
And did you see the look on Darren Cahill's face then?
I'll tell you why the look was there, because in that rally, that was a bailout, that drop shot.
Yeah.
That was nothing more than, I've got nothing left. That was a big bailout drop shot, and that's a good sign if you're
in the centre camp.
Yep.
Well, I suppose we have to touch on the fact that he had the 3-set doubles match. Is there going to be any kind of fatigue there for him? You know, he's trying to carry his brother. He's investing a lot emotionally in a family situation, not just in a doubles match as well. Are we going to see a tail off? We've seen a drop off in speed on his forehand side, which will obviously track over the next couple of sets as well if we get to a 5th set. And if that trend continues, that's going to be a big problem for Tsitsipas.
I think it's a good point you make. It's worth considering. Right now, it shouldn't be affecting him, though, I don't think, Mark, but maybe in the 5th.
Just jogging over to get a little advice and a few words, and maybe just the sign of him jogging there is also just a symptom of the fact that he's just feeling a little bit in his legs right now, trying to get himself going. Just hit a bit of a flat spot, something that Sinner hasn't hit.
Fault.
And if you're in the other camp, you know that he needs help here.
Out.
Lofting.
Fault.
Yeah, he's looking up there more and more, Stefanos.
15-all.
And Apostolos didn't say anything then. It's unusual.
Yeah, he's in a riptide, isn't he? He cannot get out of it at the moment, and he's searching for ways. starting to look a little ineffective, isn't it?
It does look like the zip has come off his forehand, doesn't it?
30-15.
Not generating as much racket head speed. This is a serious smash, by the way. Beautifully struck.
Fold.
Thirty-all.
When you're playing somebody that moves as well as Sinner as well, any loss in pace is going to be significant. That's the serve for me that's improved the most since he made the modification on his service action.
Fold.
Sinner leads 3-1.
Well, he talked after his last match, which lasted 3 hours and 33 minutes. He said nothing wrong physically at all, put all the good work in the off-season. I feel great. And he looks great, to be honest.
Thank you. Please.
Pastizio is struggling against Lasagna right now. It's full of mates.
Long 15.
And there is threat lurking around every corner now for Tsitsipas. That's a first serve that has just blown past him. No easy points coming his way.
15-all.
I just sense a bit of a classic coming. We've had a few, haven't we, this week? Yeah. The ground strokes of Sinner against the backhand of Tsitsipas right now are too good.
15-30.
He stopped getting as many forehands, it seems. Is that half a step that's
Well, look at
stopping
that. I mean, his first serve points won in this fourth set, down at 42% right now. Just ask Hawkeye to look at his backhand as well. He's making 16% of the shots off that side are errors now. And that was just at 10% in the opening couple of sets as well. I mean, in a match that's got wafer thin margins. You suddenly lose another point.
Yeah. And overriding this for me is that if this was best of 3, there was no drama at all. Now we have drama. It's best of 5.
50.
Davis Cup doesn't have that anymore.
40.
These majors do, and this is where the great matches evolve from.
He's not trusting his shots as much. He's therefore not throwing the racket as fast at it. He's less effective, and he is under all sorts of pressure now. The 3rd seed here at the Australian Open. Sinner on the verge of a second break in the 4th set.
Let for service.
Out.
Two excellent serves.
Use.
Fold.
Like he's starting to overpower Tsitsipas from the back of the court, doesn't he?
Oh, most definitely. When they're in the
Sinner.
rally now, you naturally are looking towards Sinner to winning the battle, and it's the physical battle now. And I'm with you, Fitzy, playing doubles yesterday. I don't see how anyone who's looking to win a major can be spending days playing doubles matches. Just doesn't work in my books.
That was a heck of a point, by the way.
So important to hang on to these service games in a match like this as well, because the longer you can at least extend this 4th set, even if you don't win it, there's a chance, of course, that there's going to be a little bit of a dip from the other end of the court. The quicker you allow Sinner to win this set, obviously the longer he can extend this purple patch that he's currently having.
A new balls, please.
Bit of willpower there.
Sinner leads.
Because the set was over if he'd lost that game.
Absolutely. Tsitsipas still in it in this 4th set, although he's down the break. Well, it would have been a nice luxury to have had that break, but to be fair, he didn't do an awful lot wrong, did he? It was an ace on the first break point, and it was a great angled serve on the second one. Staring into the distance, trying to find answers to the questions, no doubt, that he has. And potentially a glimpse into the future as well in where this
Time.
match is going. The feeling this tournament's had ever since day one. Good times are back in Melbourne. Good times are back for Sinner. Look at this as well. We talk worry about him getting a little fatigued.
Thank you.
Points played on serve significantly lower for the Italian. Less effort.
Fault. Out.
Lot 15.
Seems to have bedded down into quite a few backhand cross courts as well, Tsitsipas. He's struggled, as we said, just missing a few more. And that's significant because it encourages Sinner to go into the backhand more, knowing that there's some reward there. But also, he's not moving it around as much as he was in the opening couple of sets. It's fairly predictable.
Fault.
Great second serve, wasn't it? He sensed that Tsitsipas was moving to his left to take a forehand, and a great accurate second serve
15-all.
will open the point up for him.
Yeah, and a quicker one as well, almost 10 Ks quicker than his average.
Out.
13-15.
Fault.
It's technology that calls it.
Cain, Sinner.
Right now.
He also looks like the favourite. You know, when you look at them, you think he's the favourite coming into this game. And definitely.
But a big change, Roger. Those first, well, the set and a half at the start was just, it was awesome by Tsitsipas, really. Changes of form.
Well, it's like there's metal in the ball and he's a magnet.
Long 15.
Everything. And it's great to see it. Tell you what is nice as well, having watched him, is that he has not been main set in this match. He has been a 21-year-old that has been ripped the return. He's giving Tsitsipas no rhythm. He's not giving him the same look at anything at any stage. And the only advantage that Tsitsipas has right now is it takes a lot of effort and hard work to get yourself back from 2 sets of love down.
Out.
Love 14.
That's his fastest serve of the tournament, and he lost the point. Indicative of how things are.
Fault.
Well, that was a little bit more like the first set. Formidable
30,
forehand
40.
from Tsitsipas.
Yes.
Fault.
Up, isn't it? When you go that deep, you've only got a long way to send the ball, and it doesn't always go where you want it. He's left that a bit short, Sinner. Love the fact that his life even more difficult out
Thank
here.
you. Cain, Tsitsipas.
Nice charge from Tsitsipas.
Sinner leads 4 games to 3.
to those two service games from absolutely desperate situations. Break points coming thick and fast in this set, as they have been all the way through. And again, an incredible out of 26 for the match so far. Sinner's serve only coming under threat 5 times. Still.
Time.
Great Rod Laver, another competitor that refused to see a situation overcome. The Italian honing in on a place potentially in the quarterfinals if he can.
Well, he's just indicating he's having trouble with it, and he's asking his father there. With your technique in the middle of a match, it's pretty hard to change, isn't it? Tell you what, they were 2 gutsy holds though from Tsitsipas. It's given him a chance to get back into this set. It looks like his ground strokes have just lost their mojo a little bit. They're not quite as heavy. And I wonder about the doubles now. I mean, I hadn't thought of it until you said it, Mark, but who knows? Just a bit flat here. He is. Yeah, that backhand is over.
T-Love.
Fault.
It begs the question for me. Or a one-hander, if you had a choice in the modern game.
2 for me.
Rog?
Cain got the swinging with 2, aren't they?
Yeah, 2 for me. It would be even better for Sinner to break now, to serve first in the 5th.
I've seen Tsitsipas really get after his forehand as aggressively as we saw in the first 2 sets. So he's definitely out everything in Sinner's court.
Out.
That's an indication that you prefer not to rally with the Italian. Huge.
Thank you.
Didn't have to work as hard on that service game as he had the previous
Sinner
couple, and that'll be a relief to him.
4.
But Sinner, I mean, it's one of those situations. As he's doing wrong, he's just not playing as well as he was in the opening couple of sets, and Jannik's playing better, or has been allowed to play better, and is just confident. He's got to hope that.
Yeah, and he's not getting around as many times. He's hitting more backhands because of that. And when he gets the forehand, it's not quite as effective as what it was. And Sinnerling his
Time.
still have to serve it out.
That tells you everything you need to know about the significance as their man looks to push us into a deciding set. Well, there's a sense that Sinner needs to blink here, but as you can see here, things have been changing around. Mentioned that he's felt a little more tired, can't get round his backhand as often.
15-all.
The hours modifying the serve, paying dividends here for Sinner.
Fault.
Tsitsipas jumped around there, didn't he, before the first serve that time?
30-all.
As Sinner was looking down, he moved to his left about half a metre or so. Rhythm. Loss of concentration on the second ball. We will never know.
Out.
40.
Set point.
Out.
Game and full set, Sinner.
He has never looked defeated at any stage, even when he went 2 sets to love down.
And right now he looks like the favourite, doesn't he?
Well, the importance of a first, found the first serves, found himself across the line, didn't serve as well as he has been, as you can see, in terms of first serves in. Once again, it's he that is creating the opportunities. No chances to break for Tsitsipas in that fourth set. Absolutely fascinating to see how Tsitsipas can get in amongst it again.
Well, I think a second wind here, because Sinner's not having any trouble with him from the back of the court, it seems. Pass is not going to beat Sinner with his backhand.
Did say after he dropped the opening set he had one of the best. Sportsman had won 12 matches, Sinner with 10.
Final sets. Tsitsipas to serve.
And he had a great record last year.
Thank you.
You cannot believe he's missed it. The most incredible get. Meters from him.
Yeah, and Tsitsipas thought initially that was going out, and well, you couldn't see that, could you, coming after what we've seen over the last 2.
What a blockbuster start. Yeah.
Third, C15.
Taylor Fritz actually had the wins. Played big time tennis when it needed. He's going to need it tonight.
Fourth, C15. sets.
Well, you consider what happened to Sinner at the US Open against Alcaraz. Maybe it's hit dead a bit of a tone, can't they? Because you could see he was disappointed with not getting up love 15. That would have put a bit more pressure, you would think, on the start. Gave him some breathing space. And he's ahead in the count.
Yeah, and the Win Predictor's had a bit of fun tonight. It's gone one way and then for the time being.
Still haven't seen a 50-50.
We can't have one in the fifth set.
It's becoming just a little bit of a liability, I think, Roger.
Yeah, and he's feeling it as well. He was so clean in the first couple of sets of the movement. And it's easy to say get around and use your forehand, but if you're not in the same physical condition and you're alert, get around and get active. He's trying to fire himself up here, Tsitsipas. He knows he needs to change something. He's talking.
He's just going to hone in on the backhand, you would imagine.
One game on.
Great slice, wasn't it? And you could see the ball there coming off the frame. He does that loop repeat in Perth. His body weight seemed to be going back a little bit, but that caused him to get a bit more frame. But he doesn't. He normally hits it in with a higher loop with that. Beautiful athleticism and technique on the volley there. Though, isn't he? He's trying to positively talk to himself. I think those two tough games is Darren just giving some advice. Fourth set. That has a bit of a cumulative effect too, I think.
Team.
52-48. for more there than he normally would.
Fault. Out.
40-30.
That was a quick second serve. Average for the night, so.
But Mark, you can tell the mental approach of Sinner now. He was all over that. He wants to be aggressive on the second ball. He knows if he...
Well, it's got all the ingredients to be a classic.
Leads 2-1.
Passionate fans and dedicated players. Well, every time that we'll be discussing whether the opening point of the set when Sinner's all in control here and makes one of the great runs, slides, lob that has just put the icing on the cake, and having smashed beautifully, and whether he even needed to hit it or not is probably still up for debate. I'm sure Hawkeye can track that ball. And apparently it was going in, so he did need to hit it.
Time.
He couldn't believe it. In the fifth. And after the opening point of the fifth set, it's just 1 point, but it was a big point. They've got 5 sets at the US Open in their careers. Sinner, of course, with match point last year, both lost from 2 sets to love up against Novak Djokovic. Sinner, of course, at Wimbledon last year. Tsitsipas in the final of the French in 2020. Millimeter out from Sinner.
And what a great defensive lob that was from Tsitsipas to get it up there and challenge Sinner again with an overhead.
Did that first smash we just discussed there, the first point of this fifth, did that have an effect on him?
Thank you. Please.
Well, can you believe it? This is barely missed as well, I think. But such the margins in a match.
Seems like a bigger Greek contingent down there. Is there?
Triple break point.
Fault.
graceful, no question about that. He's got himself in the wrong position, but what we might be just seeing here is actually the value of hanging on to his serve in that fourth set a couple of times. This is the first dip he's had. It's not easy to keep sustaining it.
The crowd thought that ball was going out from Sinner. A slight miss hit, it looped.
30.
It's been over an hour and a half since Tsitsipas has had a break point. Two have come and gone.
What a pivotal moment now.
The last one in this sequence.
Nerves of steel. Terrible attempt, wasn't it? That's panic.
Advantage. Sinner.
Pretty, and he hit it on the frame halfway up the net. It's pressure. That's what it does. Yeah.
Thank you. Please. Sinner.
What a hole.
New balls, please.
Start is how you finish, isn't it? And it was a terrible 3 points and then a fantastic 5.
Gee, Mark, we're gonna if Sinner wins this, we're gonna think back to that sequence. It's right there. Courage. What a forehand he has too.
What a temperament as well. Got a helping hand on the first of the 3 break points for sure. Tsitsipas missed timing that of trouble.
Gee, the Tsitsipas camp after that will be as flat as a tack. Can he?
Team.
Well, in answer to your question, the answer is yes. Yes. It's gone long as we go on to adventures unknown. Leads 3-2 in the fifth set. See there from Tsitsipas, he's a long way behind the baseline. He did well just to massage that down the line.
Automatically look at Sinner as being the favourite, but he is serving second and he's trailing a lot of the time. And for Tsitsipas, even though he may not feel super confident, it becomes a battle of the mind. He's got to get to the line first and be desperate here, and he is. Toss of the coin. No one knows.
Well, there's more nightclub than tennis club right now, isn't it? Which one of these two wonderful players is going to be popping the champagne, celebrating at the end of this? Still all to play for. There is no routine shots at this stage of a major in the fifth set. Everything attached. Reminiscent of the opening set. Here comes Tsitsipas. The forehand has regained its form.
Lovely.
His mind's active, his body's active. He's got that fast movement back in his feet as well, so he's definitely pushing here. Really sensitive.
Well, it's adrenaline that does this. guy that's been on the front foot in the last 15 minutes. You've got to hand it to him. Become more aggressive. Use the hand like he didn't. And Jannik's first serve is not going in enough. Just a flesh wound.
Magnificent, it truly was. His willingness to show discipline when it looked as though he could have pulled the trigger on his forehand and tried to gone for the outright winner. He backed him. What, if anything, can Sinner do now?
Happened. Expect him now to serve better, don't you? Just goes with the territory.
And it completely alters the terms of engagement, doesn't it? For
30
he's had it on his terms for the last couple of hours plus.
The trend, but the trend had changed slightly within play. Tsitsipas has become more aggressive. He's come out to win this.
As Tsitsipas is accelerating towards the quarterfinals. Three times. Tim Medvedev, once to Nadal. He's been a patient understudy to success here in Melbourne. He wants this. Fantastically on the terms and conditions of what it takes to be a champion at one of these major tournaments. And it looks as though on a night to remember here in Melbourne, he is going to survive. And once again, Roger, wishes for play. Momentum, especially against a world-class player like Tsitsipas. It takes a lot out of you to win those 2 sets to get to the 5th.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Mark, because so got to up your game. You can't actually wait anymore, and that takes the extra. But to Tsitsipas's credit, there was a definite and he stayed patient, and then he's trusted himself in the 5th.
For the fans, incredible memories for the players, visceral emotions, victory within Tsitsipas's grasp. A minor delay coming up here, I think, as the towel is needed for some of the perspiration that is on the court.
He's missed a few forehands, hasn't he? I mean, it's a fine line. He's hit it well, but a bit more spin, or stick with what he's got.
I think you've got to trust your instincts at this stage.
I like those instincts.
30-15.
Understanding that in life, these moments are better when you just feel it for yourself. It's happening too fast. It's too meaningful.
C15.
It was a pretty funny moment, to be fair. I'm glad he can laugh about it in the moment.
Exactly.
Wasn't the most terrifying animal that will attack him. It looked like he'd just been charged by a lion.
Now.
Wait, please.
Well, that would have been a bonus. But this is anything but a formality.
5 game.
Can quite often set the tone.
Stuff of legends, these performances. Legacies made.
Out.
Savour these scenes if you're a fan and pay tribute to Stefanos Tsitsipas. A 5-set winner on a quite incredible Sunday night here in Melbourne. He is victorious in a quite epic fashion. Sinner vanquished, but what a part he played in another 5-set thriller at an Australian Open that simply goes from strength to strength. Fitzy, what a match, what a match, yeah. What an atmosphere. We love you, Jannik. Yeah, you are already a big star and you're only going to get better. What a performance from him. On the back of coming back from 2 sets to love down in his previous match, he almost did it again tonight.
When you get in there on your own marker, the reality hits you, doesn't it? Look at that. Look at that body language there. It hurts, and that's why one day he's going to win one of these. These moments are tough. I thought at the start of the 5th he was favourite.
Me too.
But this man raised his game. He was being overpowered. What a comeback.
Steph's with Jim.
Stefanos, that was a tremendous match. We really enjoyed watching that one. I want to get your kind of immediate reaction. You seemed almost more relieved than excited that you won that match.
I mean, it was a long match, guys. I felt like I spent an entire century in this court playing tennis. It felt so long. I mean, what a great night. That was superb, a ripper, as they say here. So, look, guys, you know, we're out here doing this together. I'm really excited to be sharing moments like this on the court, especially in Australia. I mean, I'm trying to do my best out here. You know, it's not easy. You know, I had an unbelievable opponent on the other side of the court today, playing incredible tennis on the third and fourth set. Yeah, stayed really calm, just like Mr. Rod Laver used to do it in his day. I feel my face burn from the effort I put today. I might need to. I might need to jump on the Yarra River to be.
I look like this. You don't want to do that. Stay where you are. We've got to get going because there's another wonderful match coming out here. So I have one more question for you, and that is, when you sat down in the fourth set and you knew you were in a fifth set, what did you tell yourself to drive yourself? Because your serve was incredible. Everything started to click again. What did you tell yourself to get that going?
Yep. I'll get a little bit technical here. Not many people will understand, but anyways, I'll try to explain it the best I can. I think I just, you know, released my arm a little bit, released my wrist on the serve, and I think that helped me a lot to generate more power and accuracy, something that I wasn't doing before, and it completely changed the way I approached this match since that moment when I did this minor adjustment, and that helped me serve it out pretty well towards the end without being too tense. So I owe that to kind of figuring it out at some point. So I'm happy I figured it out.
That minor adjustment made a major impact in the match. Stefanos Tsitsipas into the quarterfinals.
The Greeks call it Elysium. It's a state of bliss, and that's exactly where Steph is right now. He has survived a marathon, another marathon. Every single day, this tournament throws up another magical match as Steph jogs down. I think he's re-signed his postcards. He's not going manual labor today on the signing. He's handing them out. It's automatic. And it doesn't always teach you character, this sport. It does teach you a lot of life lessons, that you can make very few mistakes and still come off a loser, as it did to Jannik tonight. But it certainly tells us a lot about the character of the people that have been on the court tonight. And they are both wonderful competitors. Steph, however, has the opportunity to bring his tools back in a couple of days. This is as close as it gets as well for Tsitsipas to have a home Grand Slam tournament as well. Only 4 nations have that incredible luxury to be able to enjoy playing at home. So many other players obviously come. They're always going to be visitors, but here in Melbourne with this huge Greek community, this is an opportunity for this man to savour. He has been, as I say, to the semis 3 times. He would love to go even deeper, and on the basis of that 4-hour victory tonight, he has that opportunity.
Well, he says he might want to buy some real estate here one day. He's trying to pick up on the lingo. He's dropping a heap of slang words that are us Australians use, and I tell you what, if he goes the whole way here and wins it, he will feel like this is his home slam, you'd think. He's a chance now.
Well, first things first, he's got to win on the most valuable bit of real estate in Melbourne, on the Rod Laver Arena. He takes on Jiri Lehečko, which won't be easy as well. He is a very polished player, and he came past Auger-Aliassime, who's been putting in some deep runs at majors. So he is going to have his gut checked once again, as it was tonight. Up at the top part of that is Khachanov against Korda. Korda with a wonderful win today in 5 sets. Khachanov has looked extremely good as well. So that is the top half of the draw here at the Australian Open. Top marks for Tsitsipas.
Thank you.
We get everyone through, please.